Alright, we'll try to see if the game works one more time. We have to get 3 games in a row without any leaving, or we can get like permabanned on the account. Not sure if it's possible with my internet. I thought it was fixed, but I guess it wasn't. And we can't play ranked. $15-minute wait just to play one game. Wild.
Let's talk about the Kraken. This ship was introduced, you know what, before we get into the super detailed talks, let's look at the trailer. The Kraken trailer is actually one of my favorites, not for anything in the actual ship part of the trailer, purely for the first like 20 seconds. One of the most satisfying camera draws in all of Star Citizen, similar to the Star Engine trailer. This is one of those pullbacks that I really, really want to try and replicate somehow, someday in game. Yeah, this is good times. I freaking love this. This is old Lorville. Look how small it looks. This is like pure Star Citizen, you know? That is the whole idea, is you're just going from a city and you're flying out into space, and I feel like they could do so many more videos like this.
You said to call if things got messy. This is gonna be a big murder case.
You're asking for my help.
I can't with you.
You said, as long as I butted up to Jax, I would make partner.
It's like they're watching me.
I won't let you down.
There's no secret that you create these messy criminals.
She is making a huge mistake.
Checkmate.
Least the crack can.
The crack can? This also hits a vibe. Like, this is what a lot of people want to do with all their time, you know, just chill out there in the black, mining a rock away in peace until, you know, this.
You can stop right there.
Right there.
His ass.
You can stop right there.
Or we'll kill you. I'm happy either way.
Not a care.
The time has come for something new. Something to change the game.
So it's like a spacecraft carrier, basically.
When seeking fortunes at the fringes of civilization, you need someone you can trust. In this age of uncertainty, it's time to take back your strength. It's time
Yikes,
to
dude.
release the Kraken. Drake Interplanetary.
See, but like these are the commercials though that make people be like, okay, but what about death? You know, like these people just getting wiped out. This dude literally
Strength.
getting shot. Shields up, shields up, shields up, dead.
It's time to release the Kraken. Drake Interplanetary. We got your back.
We got your back. Honestly, that must be some valuable rock. Imagine deploying a Kraken to protect a prospector. Mining unobtainium must be. So it's a pretty freaking large ship. We don't even have to go over the details here. They're going to cover it all here. This is kind of going to be about the privateer, which is not the original one, but you'll still get kind of the idea of what the ship is about. The privateer is more focused on being like the human version of the Banu Merchantman. The original one is essentially, as you just saw, a spacecraft carrier, an attack carrier. It's got large capital class components. It's got a couple size 8. It's got one size 8 man turret, 4 size 6 man turrets, and 4 size 5 remote turrets. Dragonfly Bay, space for 6 vehicles or more if they're smaller. You got 2 hangars as well for ships in there, escape pods. Crew of 10, cargo of 3,792 SCU. This thing's a freaking flying fortress, and it lives in another class. This along with ships like the Pioneer are just in another class, another type of Star Citizen that we have no fucking insight into right now. Okay, we have minimal insight, but I think it should be stressed that not only are we not playing Star Citizen for us right now, we're not even getting close to Star Citizen for ships like this. The Orion, the Endeavor, the Pioneer. The Pioneer, we're kind of getting an idea because of the base building, but like these ships operate just in a different freaking realm of what we're doing, and they have to create that gameplay on top of all the other gameplay they have to make for what we're doing currently. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be here soon, and I'm sure it'll transport ships. But as far as like, will the game have a lot of demand for a ship like this by the end of next year or by the beginning of 2027, whenever this thing comes out? Who knows? It probably depends on how Squadron 42 is doing by that point. But let's take a look at the details surrounding at least the privateer and what the heck this thing's about.
It's the Kraken privateer. So this is not just a normal Kraken.
So what is it then? It's a variant of the Kraken, and it's kind of like a mobile space station where you can have little shops and you can sell stuff to people. So in order to fit those shops in, you kind of take out a bunch of the cargo space.
So let's have a look at how on earth we do that internally. So this is a cutaway of the base Kraken. So this is the regular Kraken that we unveiled last year. You've got your huge amount of cargo, extra fuel, you've got your Dragonfly Bay. And then this is a close-up of that. So the Kraken privateer is
I feel like you gotta clap for a cross-section, right? That's the thing.
Full variant. It is not a modular swap because of the internal geometry changes. This next transition will make it look like it is a very simple swap, but trust me, there's a huge amount of interior changes that go on in here. So we swap out the main cargo bay for 8 shops, and then the Dragonfly Bay for 2 more shops, and then there's extra habitation modules put in there. So we're going to look at some of the actual... Shops. This is the kind of thing that won't come until they get player shops done with base building. Clearly. Pretty images for this.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of the visuals.
Ooh, pretty.
So this is the main marketplace, the public market. And this is a sort of idea of it sort of converted. So you can see there the modular shops. We've even stuck in a Schmaltz beer that's just hanging above the hangar there, just for the thirsty drinkers. But
is that how we transport? Dude, wait, he's talking about this right here. Can you imagine if we were transporting like 16 SCU boxes of beer? Oh my gosh, wait, guys.
What's going on, guys? Built this little mini gym area that show you guys what a very small footprint gym in a basement might look like. There is Expedience, which basically allows you to do anything that a functional trainer could do with cable machine, benching, squatting, even belt squatting. Works out great. I guess the pushback is always what goes up to 220 pounds. I feel challenged enough, especially in the lower body where it counts. This honestly does the job. And for upper body stuff, I don't think most people are going to be needing a heavier weight load than that. So very tight quarters. And with the stuff here, so there is this thing, also collapses, gets out of the way. You could actually collapse this, and I got a storage room right there. I could just move this out of the way. It'd probably take, probably 10 minutes. This thing has wheels, all sorts of stuff. If you were to buy all this stuff, but thought I might as well just share with you guys if you're eyeing things maybe kind of piecemeal or just some things you weren't necessarily aware of. This covers all your bases. This is what I personally would pick, honestly, if I was designing like a very small footprint basement gym.
What's going on here? That full screen view is completely messed up. I am sorry. I don't even know how long I was like that. So he was talking about this right here. 16 SCU canisters of beer, just flying them from space station to space station.
Kind of gives you just a good flavor of what it might be like in there. And you can kind of see right at the back where you can see the sort of Kraken logo. Just above there, there's a it's kind of like the captain of the ship. It's the crow's nest. So if you're the owner of the ship, you know, you can be looking out over your over the people, over the marketplace. So I think it'd be pretty cool.
Freaking nuts, man. This is definitely one of the concepts that I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, they're gonna have to make it so that NPCs can be coming on board and buying stuff, or else this ship is going to be so boring. Unless you can guarantee people will always be swinging by to buy stuff, but this is literally a player shop in space. Like, you're gonna have to be getting some good crafters to sell you some good stuff and get a reputation, and it's just like it feels kind of like a true end game ship. You can't just hop into a Kraken and start selling stuff unless the NPCs are picking up the slack. You kind of got to make a network to know, so people know who you are.
Said before, it's going to replace the main cargo hold, and you're going to get 8 shops. It kind of uses the modularity system that we have for the space stations, but they're going to be smaller than those, so it's not going to be the exact same shops. You're going to be able to hire NPC crew to run the shops, and it's kind of a public space, so you got to be careful with what you're stocking and selling there.
No stock.
Yikes. Uh-oh. Guys, that's going to come back up for sure.
Widow in good locations. However,
speaking of which, so this section here is where the Dragonfly bays were, but this has been refitted. So this is the private market, and there's two shops in here essentially. I really wanted to pack it out with more shops, but you know, it was going to sort of like over
turn it into a shopping mall.
Yeah, basically. And we also need space for sort of AI and player navigation, but it gives you an idea of maybe the slightly seedier vibe if you want to go that direction with your ship.
So this
Don't
is
say
the
anything
private
about
market.
AI
It's behind
crew
closed
again.
doors, so it requires security access from the ship's captain to get in here. Places the Dragonfly bays. There's only 2 shops, and because it's invite only, this area does not have to abide by the local restrictions because the local security can't get in here. So if you've got some more illicit wares, then you can do them in here and make a bit more profit that way.
You could also do perfectly legal stuff up here.
If you want. It's just giving you the choice.
Boo.
And this is
Hey, what's up,
the
Brig?
final fitted out area. So in the original Kraken, this is sort of large storage tanks, but they've been ripped out, replaced with these extra habs. So it should be a pretty cool sort of communal area. And you know, screens, hopefully maybe some live stats of the marketplace. So you can be sitting there having a beer, chatting to your friends, and just sort of see what's going on in the rest of the ship.
You know what these are going to be made for? These are going to be great mission levels. Like when they need to host things like the 890 jump boarding mission, but obviously more advanced and in a different way sometime in the future. These ships are going to be great for it.
Yep, there's 10 extra hubs, there's 10 shops. Each NPC needs somewhere to live on board, and we didn't want them taken away from the existing hubs that are on board the ship.
What NPC?
Those are there for essentially the people that are flying their ships to the station and staying there.
Then what are these for?
Great deal more to say about that.
Yeah.
Dude, they're not saying that's for NPCs that work on the ship, right? I'm not misreading this, yeah?
Yep, there's 10 extra hubs, there's 10 shops. Each NPC needs somewhere to live on board.
Oh my, that is what they're saying. Okay, maybe So maybe, oh boy, maybe then the NPCs would not be like what you would expect from normal AI crew. These would just be static NPCs that stand in a place behind a shop desk in your Kraken. Bro, this concept is... I did not start this video realizing how iffy this concept sounded with the current version of Star Citizen 1.0. This doesn't, I don't think, yeah, I'm actually, I do agree with what PK is saying. I think the regular Kraken, they'll probably be able to get. I don't think this ship can come out before 1.0.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation.
I don't know. We'll see how involved they seem to want these shopkeepers to be, but...
All right, let's see if the game holds up. Let me look at my messages real quick.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Surprise me.
Minions have spawned.
Stop. Stop. Stop it. It tickles. Surprise me.
Loves me, loves me. Loves me. No. First love.
The arcane is the answer.
Alright, we're gonna go for Malignance and Blackfire Torch. Methinks. Could just start with Blackfire Torch, I guess.
Has been slain.
I don't know how I feel about this so far. I mean, I think Electrocute is just more deadly, you know? Like, yeah, you don't proc Comet or Electrocute as much as Comet, probably. But when you do, it hits pretty damn hard. We haven't tried Dark Harvest yet, though. I feel like that could potentially be good as well.
The face is
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Rampage. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
I chose to become this. Difficulty had no bearing nor did danger. It was necessary.
It was necessary. Ooh. That scorch prop, though. Almost got his ass.
Has destroyed a turret.
Emotional logic cannot coexist.
Shut down.
I should just reset, honestly. We got items.
I alone see what must be done. The shopkeepers after the glorious solution.
Force Oriana out of the game, is that what you're saying?
Has been slain.
Sad that I didn't hit the old juke on the Nocturne Q or whatever that was.
Without the X-Core, death would have claimed me.
An ally has been slain.
Not much procs off of that. I really wonder, because with art, like if we did the Conqueror thing with Riftmaker, but we did Blackfire Torch and the other item.
Turret plating will fall. Triple kill. An ally has been slain.
compared to these guys, I mean, 240, 500, I mean, we're kind of on par with them. No one has electrocute for me to compare. Imagine that with electrocute, boy. KO! It's getting down to a 39-second cooldown. We're gonna get way lower than that. That's crazy. Probably need Morello, but Bloodletter Curse.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. You have slain an enemy.
We do have Silas on our team. None of them are really building magic resist, though. Zonius would be good. I could see Shadow Flame being good. We could go for some bursts with Storm Surge and Shadow Flame. Get some penetration. Flat pen.
Enemy has been slain.
And we always got Death Tab.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Damn.
Killing spree.
But your death shall.
Damn. Yeah, I don't feel as much with that electrocute. I think the electrocute build is a lot more potent.
Rampage.
Evolution has stalled in my absence. I have evolved beyond your expectations.
Shut down. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
As does money.
Artwork.
Enemy double kill. Dominating.
This world will know magnificence. Perfection is within their reach.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. You have slain the finish. Triple kill. Aced.
Prepare your mind.
Rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
In another life, this would have seen.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
Unrealized the end.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
Expected outcome. I did not know true beauty until the arcane. True change must be imposed, not offered.
Dominating. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Victory!
Godlike. I feel like maybe I could run that with the build that I've been running anyway. Because if I go Ludens, Storm Surge, pin item thing, I don't even remember what the last one I was building was. Items. See, it's this. And then I have like a situational item. I could build Malignance. Outsider Alien Week starter pack. So we got a Cutlass Black still, and we got a Constellation Andromeda, and we got... Or it's an Aquila. So we got an Aquila starter pack. And we got an Andromeda. $350. I could turn my Andromeda into a Starfarer at some point, I guess. Not that I would enjoy it much, but...
But they're going to have to reconcept the heck out of this.
And we didn't want them taken away from the existing HABs that are on board the ship, because those are there for essentially the people that are flying their ships to the station and staying there. Not a great deal more to say about that.
Yeah. Here's a little schematic of like what it's going to look like, the setup. You've got your private shops up top with their own little storage below them. And then you've got the 8 shops in the main cargo bay with the secondary cargo bay being the storage for those shops.
And I am now going to try and explain shopping in 60 seconds whilst not being Tony Zurek.
Tony could never do that in 60 seconds. Come on.
So, the basic process for this is you have your Kraken Privateer. The shops are modular, as you mentioned. Think converted cargo container crates that have shops built into them. The Kraken will come with a default generic selection. If you want to change them down the line, feel free. So you pick your shop archetype. Like I'm going to pick my clothing shop archetype. I put it in shop 1 slot. I hire Paul, my shopkeeper, to run that shop. Pay him 1 UEC a day to do that.
Okay, see, so in the way they're talking about that, like I could see them having just almost like an
So that right there is the... Okay, so Asgard. And this is like a medium fighter. This is more like arrow size, I think, like these two. So you could probably get like... Let's see, this is a little bit bigger than that square, so it would probably take up this. But you would still have potentially 1 or 2, maybe even 3 arrows that you could sit right here. And then even like maybe 2 or 3 arrows that could sit right here. And we still got the potential of parking things diagonally and stuff as well. So, like, we could take this Asgard, turn it sideways, park it right here. Free up this space here and still keep most of this space. And then this one, you could potentially turn it this way, but it might block the view from the pilot. That's probably the biggest thing with this ship, is that your view from up there is probably not going to be very good if you have a big ship on board. Third person flying is going to be rough. But I could easily see turning this sideways, parking it right here, or like parking it where it's sticking out. Maybe like turn it diagonally this way. Could even potentially slide this back, like turn it around, slide it over here to where it's kind of dangling over this edge. Free up this whole section right here, and then slide this forward to dangle over this edge, and free up basically from there to there. And just have like a series of arrows here, because then you could have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7, 8, 9 arrows maybe. Could be interesting. And then you could potentially keep the 2 big fighters underneath in case you need them. I'm not sure. I have to change my plans with my fleet a lot, because I don't know. And like these, like the Vulcan is see, width 16.5, length 38.5, 16, 38, 16, 34. So it'd be a little bit wider and a little bit longer. But this right here, I mean, you should be able to park a Vulcan on that. So this just frees up a whole bunch of different stuff. Like we could put 2 Vulcans on here, on these pads. Let me look at the... I'm pretty sure the Redeemer is way bigger. Yeah, 51 and 25. So Redeemer would be way too big for these, probably. But the landing area of a Redeemer is actually pretty small. So you might actually be able to land it on here, but I don't know if you would want it to be on there. But I could easily see if we put the Legionnaires on the Liberators, 2 Vulcans on here, we got all of our fighters on this deck, 2 bombers underneath, 2 bigger fighters right here. And then we'd need to find enough room on the Liberator to store the Terrapins. Nova tank. So there is a Nova tank in there. See, so they got 2 Legionnaires parked in this, which I think the Legionnaires do kind of work a little bit better than the Vulcan on there potentially. But we also got the potential of like sliding the Legionnaire maybe underneath the other one and saving some space or something. I feel like there should be some way to store Terrapins somewhere. We could put Terrapins in the bays on the Kraken though. Instead of putting bombers down there, put like a couple of scout Terrapins and a couple of bombers. I have to win 2 more games, not just play 2 more games? That's crazy. Good thing Victor support is like busted. Super powerful.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Alright, let's do this, boys.
I wonder. I have evolved beyond these transactions.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Surprise me.
Somebody's itching for a fight they can't win.
Stop. Stop. Stop that. It tickles.
Lots of jokers out here. They all end up dead sooner or later.
I offer no choice, for there is none.
But it got right.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Is the answer.
Trust me, you're better off.
So much of what we value is inconsequential.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
All that is logical is true. Absolute. Irrefutable. All will soon change.
An enemy has been slain.
Self-corrupting.
An enemy has been slain.
The W counts as an ability that procs electrocute, so that's kind of interesting to know. So electrocute kind of is doing my W is doing my electrocute damage, sort of, in a weird way. As long as I can hit 2 procs. Why she did that, I have no fucking idea. We were perfectly fine. Thinking about maxing my W on this.
Unstoppable.
That's crazy. No kill.
Oh, light divine.
Sentiment is incompatible with control. Passion double crosses, subverts. I show
reclamation.
Enemy double kill.
Bullseyes.
Without the X-Core, death would have claimed me.
Turret plating will soon fall.
I did not know true beauty until the arcane.
Dominating. Has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Godlike. Double kill.
Emotion clashes with reason. No one need live with doubt anymore.
Killing spree.
Supersede nature.
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage.
Life and death. Easy answer.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary. Shut down. destroyed a turret. Godlike. Legendary.
Humanity is self-corrupting.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I don't wonder if teleport would be better for me now.
An enemy has been slain.
I won't forget the lives lost in my pursuit of excellence.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a victory.
One more and we get out of the band house. Liberator Search and Rescue. See, this is what gives me hope right here. Liberator, Apollo, Vulcan, Terrapin. Telling me that you can fit an Apollo and a Liberator on there. That's interesting, because you could do Apollo medevac and like drop off a bunch of soldiers, use it as a drop ship. See, I would almost say with this, because I'm planning on having the Terrapin, so like Vulcan right here, Terrapin is going to take up like half of this pad, and then you either do like 2 medical Pisces or like a medical Terrapin, or just like 2 normal Pisces or something. Maybe even like a Legionnaire right here. Concerns. Nose of the Apollo is sticking out of the Liberty passing. The main thruster of Apollo seems to be wide. Are they going to fit? My bigger question is Star Citizen. What's the crew count on the Apollo? 1 to 2 crew. That could be the play.
Star Citizen's new concept ship, the Anvil Liberator, is potentially the best multi-role transport and light carrier that the game has to offer. And there is a lot going on with the ship. We've just had a Liberator Q&A going over a large range of questions, articles it carries. The Liberator will only support basic levels of refueling, repairing and rearming, which will be done manually by players on board using supplies stored in the cargo bay. It does shout. This is for shield emitters that potentially are, and that would be interesting to see if that is a thing. What is the ships and vehicles suggests that, well, at least a ship of 13 by 10 meters could fit, and well, that means you could get a M50 on, a C8 Pisces on, and looking at the concept pictures and the room they've got there, it does look to me like we could get an arrow on each of those internal pads, to me anyway. So it looks like the garages could each store an arrow, and the front landing pad could have an arrow on, I think. And they said that the two upper landing pads support extra small ships, XS ships, which include most single-seater combat ships, so Aegis Saber, Anvil Hornet, and Arrow, etc. So they are explicitly mentioning the Arrow in the two larger pads, and any other single player ships, such as the Misk Prospector, should also fit there. So I already thought the ship was a solid light carrier, but the potential of being able to run 5 arrows has filled me full of joy. Please take into account here that that's a board gamer, I reckon, and they have said actually it fits smaller ships, but it looks to me like an arrow might fit there. Come on. And if not, you can still put a load of small ships on there, a load of your snubs. You get your 85Xs on there, you probably get your Pisces on there, get your M50s. You can fit them out to be little fighters if you want to go the full combat route, running this as a pocket carrier rather than a transport ship. And that's what this ship is to a lot of people. It's a pocket carrier, but it can also have those ground vehicles, it can also have a load of troops, it can also have a load of cargo. It's super multi-role and has super utility. Can the Liberator transport one big ship on its upper decks, providing the latter can touch down with all of its landing gear? Officially, this won't be supported, as large ships won't be able to spawn there, but what players do after the initial spawn is up to them. So yes, if you can Tetris them on, you can, but that might not be the best way of utilizing the ship. What's the Liberator's armor like in comparison to the other military ships of its size? The Liberator packs medium and heavy armor to offset its relatively sparse weaponry and to allow it to take a beating while transporting vehicles. Does the 400 SCU of cargo capacity refer only to the internal cargo bays next to the garages? The 400 SCU refers only to the internal cargo bays, which are the secured areas for cargo. What happens outside of that is up to the player. The biggest differentiator of the M2 is that it is not specifically designed to carry to removing the sport, which have an even greater
that line, but it has no capital components, so it is not a capital ship. Where is the tractor beam mounted? So they do talk about the tractor beam. Tractor beam is located outside on the end. So we'll bring that over here as well. So the Vulcan is not a small craft. So it's one of those things where, you know, it was talking about repair and refuel. Let's go into first some of the craft it did mention will fit. So it mentioned the Saber. You can see the wingspan here. It looks real rough, but you know, it's mentioning it should fit, so it should be able to fit. I guess I could bring this out here, and let's do this now. I'll leave it the way it was because a lot of these ships, I don't want to move each one of these ships, but anyways, it should be able to fit here. And the Hornets, it kind of mentions that as well. So the Hornet should be fine, including the Super Hornet is only slightly longer. That should be fine as well. The Firebird has quite a wingspan on it. So I'm not sure if the Firebird should fit, but it should be okay. It might be smaller than the Saber too. And then this is where you talk about a little bit about the snubs. So it said the tractor should fit fine. I brought a Buccaneer out here. It's an interceptor. It's technically not extra small, but it's possible that we might be able to see stuff like a Buccaneer fighter be able to fit there. Fury and stuff like that should all be fine. You should be able to get quite a few on there, to be honest. As well as it did mention stuff like the 85X or something similar to that. So yeah, that little snub bay, again, I'd love to see these pads across the board. Take this door off even and just leave that open maybe. And I don't know, reworking it, I wouldn't mind at all if they just go for really 5 of these extra small pads across the board. Unless this narrows significantly, there should be plenty of room for that. And maybe they just widen this back out. Again, they do mention the Vulture, sorry, the Prospector should fit. So the Fortune should be able to fit as well. The Vulture should be able to fit, but it doesn't mention that. And it was a newer ship when this came out, the Vulture. So I don't know, that front might overhang a bit. So you may need to have it like, let's say in the back, maybe park it backwards. I don't know if the Vulture is going to fit, but they have mentioned the Prospector should fit. So therefore, by that terminology and by that the logic, the Fortune should fit as well. Legionnaire, as I mentioned before, there's currently no dropship that will fit on any of these ships and be usable by a crew. And so, again, having a Legionnaire in here and being able to use it in something like, I don't know how tall it is, so there might be a height factor problem with the Polaris, but it should be able to work on something like the especially how high this up, so that it should be pretty front heavy with its landing gear. There shouldn't really be anything going on in the back. So this Legionnaire should be able to be usable on the Liberator as well. So looking forward to that. So if you wanted to have ground incursions, you could do that. Mantis, a single seat fighter, so there shouldn't be any problem here as well. So if you want to have that capability of adding extra support. Terrapin, I also feel like the Terrapin should fit. Man, the Terrapin's looking so small, it might fit on the snub spot. I don't think it will. That'd be wild. Or it might be able to fit inside as well. The Terrapin does fit inside of the Idris. So it is possible that might be able to fit, and but we'll see. Now let's go to the mediums before we go to the larges. Again, the Vulcan. I'll have to look that. I didn't look the stats up for that. Obviously, I didn't even have it on this sheet originally to take a look at. Would love to see. Actually, let's turn these two because I want to. That's looking good. Man, I would love to see the Vulcan. I own the Vulcan as well. That's meant to be my support craft. It's a military craft, so would love to see the Vulcan be able to come along. Can it fit in the side? No, probably not. But outside, would love to see it out here to be able to support the fight. So if I had to bring a Liberator, maybe I bring it with only support type craft. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really plan on getting a second Vulcan, and I don't think 2 would fit anyways. But having one sticking out the back here, and then bringing something else, maybe a medical Terrapin as a spawning point for people. Something of that nature to really bring a good support package, and then maybe snub fighters in here for people to respawn and take out the snub fighters. When you look at something like the MSR, not probably going to happen. It's a thick boy, right? So I don't think that's going to happen here. When you look at the Corsair, I don't think they have a landed one here, but this might be able to work. It depends on how much those engines stick out. Again, if I turn this and I turn this, yeah, it's not looking like it's probably going to work. So unfortunately, I don't think that'll happen. Same thing, the Taurus is a little bit thinner. It's not impossible, depending on how the height is. You might be able to get a Taurus on there, which would be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind, but I don't know if I'd be out with my Taurus. I mean, I guess it would just give me the option to bring the Taurus, if it could fit, bringing the Taurus out, which only has these two landing gears, right? So that's another thing that makes it a little bit easier, assuming there's just enough clearance here. You might be able to get the Taurus on here with some room up front for another vehicle, especially something small like a Terrapin. So you might be able to bring might be able to bring the Taurus with you with a small fighter or something, maybe a Firebird up here, because again, there's so much overhang with that Taurus. Again, you'll just have to depend upon the shields of the Taurus to do that, but I would love to see the Taurus fit on here. That will increase your cargo capabilities. It would allow you to have your really big ship. I don't know how often I would actually do that, but it would be pretty cool. And again, I can bring, I expect the Golem to be able to fit in here. So you can have a mining craft with you. Maybe you can get something like the Fortune up here and then the Taurus up here. And you can always bring maybe a nurse or something like that. I didn't really show ground vehicles here. I was just interested to see what would fit on top here. The Valkyrie, again, I'm thinking too wide, but maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just too wide, right? I got big hips on it. I don't think that will happen. Redeemer, a similar situation. I think it'll be too wide, to be honest. So I don't think the Redeemer would work. It's possible, but I just doubt it. And then finally the Paladin, again, because of the Valkyrie being too wide, this actually looks bigger than the Valkyrie, which surprised me. They're a little closer than I thought they were, but it looks wider. So if I change this, maybe it's not. It was just my imagination. But yeah, I think since the Valkyrie's too big, I think the Paladin will be as well. Sorry, I went into the large ships there when I really went to focus on the mediums, but I wanted to get those out of the way. So here we are with the SRV. Maybe the SRV can work. I think this is going to be another situation where how wide and what clearance are we going to look at? Having an SRV along with the, the Vulcan could be a nice combo. I currently don't have, where did I put the Vulcan? Here it is. I don't currently have the SRV in my fleet, but if it could work on this ship, I can see adding it to my fleet to bring along a ability to tow someone back and then do some repair and rearming on it. Raft, I know I just kind of brought it out here just to see, but I don't think that'll happen. The Sulin, this is interesting. I just landed, but it looks like it might actually fit the Sulin, which kind of surprised me, but it's probably too wide. But I just thought it'd be interesting to kind of take a look at that. Not that I would necessarily bring the Sulin along with me, but it's something I'll try out. The Cutlass Black is looking too thick. It just is what it is. Let's turn it to the side here, or the front view. Yeah, it's just looking a little bit too wide. It's hard to say. It's possible that, again, with these rear engines and stuff, if there's enough clearance back here, I don't think so, though. I'm not thinking this will work. I think that's even more unlikely than the Taurus is. Actually, let me bring the Taurus. Did I do this with the Taurus? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, so just going to be a factor of how tall does that clearance going to be in the back. So anyways, where did the Vulcan? I just wanted to kind of note that. The Vanguard looks to be too wide as well, but it's possible. I know the wings do kind of come back a bit, but I don't think the Vanguard's going to work on here. Similar situation with the CL, although I didn't look at it from this angle. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's looking too wide. It's got the wide hips in the back, so I'm not thinking that's going to work. Same thing with the A1. I think it's just going to be probably too wide. I think the wings come up on this one, but I don't think it'll matter too much. And then here's the Maul. That's part of the reason why I brought the Raft out originally. It's just to kind of see how close it would be. I don't know. That's kind of, it might be, I'm trying to think of the landing gear on this one. No, I think the landing gear is out too wide. The part of the thing about the Taurus is that the landing gear is just these two engines, and they kind of come in and they come towards the middle. I don't think the Maul has that same situation. And it has these pretty hefty, I don't think there's gonna be enough lift and stuff like that on the Mole. That'd be interesting to be able to take the Mole out, but honestly, you could take two Prospectors out. So mining laser size though, I don't know, but I don't think you're gonna be able to get the Mole on it. But that's a quick look at some of the ships you might want to bring along with you. Again, if it's a single seat, if it's in this size category, essentially a little single seat fighter type thing, it should fit. It shouldn't be a problem. It's gonna be these mediums. It'll be questionable. And I think even the Terrapin, I'm not sure. I'd have to look on Urkel to see what the size category is. But anyways, all for catching the video. Thank you all for taking the time to like and subscribe. And I'll catch y'all next time. Peace.
It's only my third day here, and once again, my equipment's been dampened by the thick, unshakable fog. The locals told me this used to be a thriving mountain city, until their exiled prince led the wolves in. Havoc built 2 Skynet server...
On dual... size 5 man turret, and then there's these PDCs that are available. So there's going to be 2 of these dual size 2 PDCs. There should be probably one here. I mean, here's one on, obviously. The other one I think might be on the bottom, and these should meant to be automated. So, and as you can see, it looks to be ballistic to me. There's also going to be a bespoke size. Actually, it doesn't talk about the size. I've seen size 4 and I've seen size 3, but there's going to be 4 bespoke missile racks with bespoke missiles, and then there's also going to be a size 2 tractor beam. Now, it's meant to have a nice long range setup to it. Now, it's not going to be like the longest range possible. The QM, I love to see this little guy here trying his heart out here against the other ships. I don't know why this guy, and there's a couple of these pictures too in the video where these different artworks, they'll have one guy on the top here. I don't know how this guy got up here. I don't think there's any indication that you'll be able to walk on these particular areas here. Come out the back too, that would make total sense as well. So maybe have a couple vehicles coming out. Armory access here, so there's kind of an armory tucked in here somewhere. But I guess that room's not being showed, but right here should be an armory, which is interesting.
Which is Anvil's latest design spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we want to do something properly and sort of provide that entry-level spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it. It's fairly...
Yeah, so this is where next we'll go into a little bit of the current lineup for Anvil. So you can see that's kind of what they had currently. Maybe the Carrick should have been out, so I'm surprised that Carrick's not shown in here. And then we'll talk a little bit about the pads. But overall, they go a little bit into design language as well. So we'll take a look at that. Here's that kind of concept and design language. I'll increase the size here so you can take a look at that. This is what they kind of, just like you see here with the Gladiator, you have this kind of overhang with the front nose here, and then large intakes is pretty common as well for the, you see it with the Gladiator here, and you also see it with the Hornets as well, and you kind of got this radar, circular section here, where there's either radar, there could be, in this case, again, there should be a turret, and again, I'd like to see this is where I kind of mentioned the turret. It would be cool to have that come into play there. Yeah, so that's kind of the Anvil, some of the design language as well. But let's get deeper into the design. We're going to go through to kind of discuss the pads here. So here's a look at the pads. I don't really want to... Originally, I showed some of this footage, but I'm not going to do that here. So the challenge here is this red box is the original large landing pad. That has changed. The pads are now different in the hangar. So they have increased the size of those because you can see how close this is. There's not a lot of variance here, at least with the Hercules. And it's was even worse for the stuff like the Carrick. So there wasn't a lot of leeway. So the original thought here is, how can you get a large ship that will fit in this red box? And they want to get 3 small green boxes, extra small pads, which is what these ships take. They want these extra small 3 of them to appear in this red area. So that's what they're really trying to show here. You know, obviously these 3 pads wouldn't fit on a Hercules. It's not big enough. So that's where you can kind of talk about, you know, how they came up with the original lineup for the Liberator, is to say, how do we get 3 of these pads to get on a Liberator? That being said, you'll see that, you know, the original design of having 3 of these pads was thrown out, and they decided to go with 2 of these pads, and then an extra small pad, which is basically a snub fighter or a medium-sized, John will talk about that later, but it's also a medium-sized vehicle, ground vehicle pad. So let's go through here, and we'll talk about the design. That's the next piece where they'll talk about what kind of came up as the initial idea behind essentially what is the base design behind the Liberator.
Prince image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American, I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence. But it also makes sense, right?
It's a very
functionality.
I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? And it feels like I say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
Yeah, definitely.
So the original design here goes along with the landing craft, or in this case, it's an amphibious assault craft that the United States Navy has. It is a Navy ship. The Marines used to be a department under the Navy, but I don't think that's really necessarily the case anymore. I mean, they're kind of seen that way, but I think they're a separate department at this point. I mean, some Marine, some Devil Dog would come in and definitely correct the record here. However, the Navy is the one that actually has this amphibious craft. It's the Marines that utilize it. Because it's kind of like, again, like you see in fleets these days, you would see in the game, is somebody, they usually consider these fleet vehicles to be a part of the Navy, and you'd have ground forces and stuff like that, which would be something like the Mariners or the Marines that would be a part of these particular fleets. So, yeah, but that's kind of that hovercraft is what, and they'll show more about it as well. But let's start to look at some of the designs here. So up first we have essentially like a hollowed out Valkyrie, if you will. So I say that because it does have like the VTOLs and stuff that they're mentioning here, but then it's just hollowed out in the middle, and they've just got three areas, kind of like that red that the painting was. This essentially would be the red box. It's smaller than that, obviously, because it's not the whole full. It's not going to take up the whole large hangar pad. But then you've got three of these small, extra small hangar pads in here. So it is just a flat here, and I like the design of this one. They do iterate on this a little bit, and if they wanted to make a variation of the Liberator, I'd actually be more interested in that ship, possibly over the current Liberator, to be honest. Especially if they can still have the cargo and stuff on one side, and some light crew amenities, and just have the engineering and stuff in the back. So I think they actually could have made something like this work. Here's the second iteration, and you can now see some of that design language when you're looking at the hovercraft that they were referring to. So this is, I think, maybe an older iteration of a hovercraft, and you can see again it's hollowed out in the middle, but you can see it's coming together. It's quite a bit more armored than it was before. So a good iteration here, and then they move on to another iteration which is more like a flat top carrier, still having some of that similar design language. And you do see this kind of auxiliary tank here. They don't describe it yet. They don't really they mention there's no real focus of this yet, but they will show in the next iteration a little more focus on that. Yeah, but largely a similar design here. I like this one as well, and I like the whole, the deck up here, which is good up and high so the pilots can see. I think good vision here. I would say this is even better than what they currently have. It's a bit frustrating to have, almost what essentially is like this under its currently, and then trying to be able to see out there. So being up high, that's why carriers have the piloting the way it is because they need to be up high, a high tower, so that you can see aircraft coming in, control those aircraft, and also just be able to see what's going on with the ship and be able to see on each side of it. So would like to see this actually more so the way the current design is. Here's another iteration. Again, the tower's up high. I'd like to see even higher because you want to be able to see all this. You have a kind of a radar dome in the back. And then you start to have some more descriptions. So they mentioned this is now a large auxiliary fuel tank, which is good, and it could be used to fuel the vehicles, which makes a lot of sense. They will mention in the Q&A. We'll talk more about that there. But I do like this idea. And then they reference the Terrapin, kind of the armoring, right? So now there's an armor around that fuel tank as well, whereas the previous one was really quite open to attack. I don't see any really extra. There's extra armoring over here, but I don't see anything else that stands out as armoring here. It's just kind of see the fuel tank as being armored here. Additionally, they kind of do this snub one, and we talked a little bit about the hangar sizes. So the challenge here, and part of what John has said, I like the layout of this one, but what John is noting here is that in fact the height here it looks good, but it's not, because this fighter here, this Gladiator, this bomber, is 6.6 meters tall, so you can see there's not a lot of clearance here. So unfortunately, and that 6.6 might include the back here, which we're not even able to see, so it's pretty close to skimming the top there. So this is, maybe 7 meters, maybe upwards of 9 meters, so it needs to be the height for the extra small pad, the Z on it, or that height meter range is 12. So it actually would need to go up at least 3 more, maybe even upward as high as 5 or something. So it needs to go up quite a bit. So it would be quite a bit taller than it currently is to account for extra small pad that's under here. So a cool idea, but unfortunately would need quite a bit of redesign here in order for this pad. So it would look kind of weird. It would look more like a spoiler, if you will, on the car. And then you'll see an adjustment here to the end all, which is what they've kind of gone off of. Obviously we don't have the auxiliary tank here, but this more or less is the basis behind what they landed on, which is, again, 2 extra small pads, and then you have really what's essentially 3 extra smalls that run along here, except 2 will be in the garage and 1 will be on the outside. And again, that's where we saw that C8R out there before. So you could put a snub fighter in there. You can also just put 3 snub fighters. Honestly, more would fit. If you wanted to get Furies in here, you could probably get them stuff like maybe side by side, like these tanks. You could probably get a good amount. I don't know if it would even be, at 9 or 8 would feel pretty comfortable. I think maybe even upwards of 12 or more. So it would be interesting to get a little carrier fleet going on with snub fighters in here. Yeah, so that's where they leave off with the original design there, and this is really the first iteration. So next we'll talk a little bit, or we'll go next over to where they're going to discuss on the pads. So I'll actually let them take it from here and let John discuss how they came up with the pads.
Actually, like an official feature.
Yeah. It was around this point where we were looking at the double layer thing and trying to get these 2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the 3 larger ships. So we changed it from the 3 extra small pads to 2 extra small pads, which basically take any single-seat fighter in the game and some around. So I think a Prospector also fits on there.
Yeah.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small. So that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that. But also, interestingly, that extra small metric is sort of the same as the medium vehicle metric. There's like a meter difference in height, which is the Ballista and Nova. So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on the top, 1 extra small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
You were playing around. You could fit quite a few combinations.
Yeah, I mean, I had a shot. I treated it like I was a fan and basically filled that whole carriage.
There was no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
it was Cyclones and
we know what
Rock
players
DSs.
are like.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looked like it looked like a ferry. When they just followed the vehicles all just stacked up.
Yeah, so Paul goes into this a little bit. So this is Paul, this is John, and this is Ben. So Paul here goes a little bit into how he was playing with the garage area space. However, he only talks about ground vehicles, which is a little disappointing. I'd like to have heard other snub fighters and possibly even small fighters. So we're at the time right now where they just released the Drake Golem. So you have these ships that are snub or maybe not even quite snub that might be able to fit in there. Even something like a Prospector might be small enough to fit in that bay. Would love to hear more about that. Obviously, we probably won't see that until we actually see it in game and have a chance to really get our hands on it and try it out, because they don't really confirm that here. All he's confirming is that a bunch of vehicles will fit in there. But I think that garage area is, most people I think want pads or ships, not really vehicles. It's just one of those things where expectations versus reality. The expectations from the developers is that there'll be this heavy use of ground vehicles, but the reality is that's not the case. It's not currently the case, and I don't think it'll ever necessarily be the case, given that the ground vehicles have a rough time with the terrain. There's a lot of collision issues with the rocks and stuff like that. So when you have a ship, why do you want to use a ground vehicle? So I don't know. The expectations versus reality, again, there's a misalignment here. So would love to see, maybe if Liberty even needs to get bigger, a lot more focus on the ship part, because that's what people want, is a ship carrier. I don't think there's a big appetite. And if there's a big appetite for a ground carrier, then people can get the M2. I think that they should differentiate the two. But anyways, in the current design, it is based around transporting ground vehicles, so there is going to be that as well. I do want to note, in this video, if you take a look at the spot of 21 minutes and 50 seconds, Paul does mention there is a contractor they were working with all of this. So it's possible that a lot of this may need to change. So hopefully they have a lot of that work and they have it stored somewhere and they can maybe retweak it if need be. But it sounds like they were working with a contractor previously. I was going to let that audio run, but I decided to skip past it. Up next, we're going to take a little look at the crew piece. So if we skip ahead a bit here, we do have discussion around the crew.
2 crew, you have obviously the person flying the thing, and then the second person who can either, sort of a flexible role, there is a turret that they can control, they can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship, it's a transporter ship. If you want protection, you need to bring protection with you, or rely on the ships that you're carrying to provide that protection, which is another benefit of this open-topped ship. You can launch an attack, everyone can launch out straight away. You're not having to fly your ships out one by one out of the tube. They can get off pretty quickly.
And unlaunched tube ship.
One day we do launch.
Yeah, so the joke's a little bit about launch tubes, so that kind of reminds me of like Battlestar Galactica, where I think they launch the fighters through a tube and then they have a recovery, flat top for recovery. I don't know when they'll do that or if they really will. They're kind of joking about it here, but so far that's not something that's currently offered in the game. That being said, John's kind of comment about combat is a little concerning, but because I do see this as a military ship. I mean, I think that's what it's being sold as, is my understanding. They do talk about it being like a military landing craft. That amphibious vehicle that we talked about earlier with the Navy has, it's not meant for hauling around your Toyota sedan. It is meant for military amphibious assault landings, and it is it has those kinds of things necessary for the defense of such amphibious landings of both people on it, as well as the defense of the craft itself, as well as it has that other craft. So I get what he's saying there. Obviously you don't want to just launch those amphibious craft and then expect them to make it to where they need to go. Sure, they have bigger fleets with them, but I do think the idea that it can't take on combat at all is hopefully a little bit taken. Obviously, you don't want to take this straight into combat. You want to have this in the back line for support. You want to be able to send it out, let the craft launch, and then again return to the back line or wherever it is that you want to go. That would be an area for supporting. That makes total sense. But the idea, obviously, it can't just go into combat and be running and gunning alongside with the other combat craft. I don't expect that of it, but I do expect it to be able to take a hit. If for whatever reason it needs to move in and allow craft to land back on it, I expect it to be able to take a hit or two while it's doing that and can do recovery and then make its way back out alive and then do repair on itself and the other craft that it needs to do in order to get back into the fight. So let's take a next look. They're covering that. Now they're going to go into the interior. So let's move on here into the discussion around the interior.
Learning going on, so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what experience, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to H to...
Yeah, so we're having different interior looks here. I don't want to skip over them too much. So here's kind of the first iteration of a layout for the interior. I was going to let Paul kind of describe this, but just you can kind of thumb through these here. You have the B variant here, where again you see the engineering room. So a lot of the same stuff works out. It would have been kind of cool to actually see this. So this is all engineering now. The engineering is just, I don't know, for me it seems way too big because this is all engineering at this point when we take a look at the current. But this idea of sleeping areas would have made more sense, or maybe even showed up front if there was room for it. Would love to see a medical bed in here. That's something that's missing. I would love to see it. Obviously, they don't have to put it, and you can bring a level 3 bed with you, or possibly a Terrapin with a level 2 bed. It's just unfortunate that I would really like to see a medical bed along here. Here's that man turret, right? And then so you can see some ship components and stuff like that. So again, this is another potential layout, but it's not a finalized one. Here we are with more of a finalized view. So this is the same one we saw on the kind of marketing page for the Liberator. So I think this is, and again, this is where they had some of those beds before. You see it's all engineering at this point. So I don't know what these tubes are for, but this is all engineering at this point. And then you've got components spread out in the other areas as well. But a lot of storage. You've got 16 jump seats, again 8 on each side, that we talked about before. So plenty of room for friends, and then they can make their way out for suit walkers, things of that nature. Excuse me. And then you have all kinds of other things. You can get to the landing pads from up here. You'll see there's other garage access later on. Well, here's the vehicle bay access. You can see it here. And then this is the pilot side, where we'll see the next picture. It'll reference some of that stuff. Again, I would love to see a medical bed integrated in here somewhere, maybe along with a stocking collar, something. Because I think some of the space is just wasted. It's kind of like that with Paladin too, where I'd like to see a bit of a retweak. Did we skip over it? No. That's pretty much it. We saw the other the snapshot there. So at the end of the day, this is going to be the final on... Actually, we will see the reactor at the end here.
Let Spirit blossom Ari charm you with this new limited edition displate, glowing with spirit magic. 3D printed details, shimmering finish, and only 1,500 copies. Hurry and get yours now.
Let me let him talk.
Whatever it is.
Whatever vehicle.
And then off you go. So I feel like a lot of thought goes into just like improving.
And I think it's really nice as well, the fact that you've got, like I say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like I say, you were saying about the bow of the ship and how that's like, all that technical stuff like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want passengers just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage.
Yeah, so here's the final one. What they were noting there is that previous picture, there's that long walkway. The idea is that this side of the ship is for people that are not the crew, and this side of the ship's more or less for the crew. I don't know if it'll really play out that way. I assume you're not letting just random people onto your ship and then having to access control along that walkway. You have to kind of use your imagination. I mean, I guess I could move back, but all in all, I don't know if that will really come to fruition, but it might. If you're just really transporting people, I really see this as like an org ship, and you're transferring your org mates, or a solo ship, and you've got your own, industrial ships because you're working on an industrial mission. But anyways, here is a number of things here that is accessible for the.
this is what happens when it is perceivable that to everybody, including your adversaries and your winning, they take these desperate moves. The question for us is, I had an event planned with Alex Stein for October. It was a campus event. I had actually reached out to Charlie, saying that I'd love to do some of these if possible. We were planning more. This was earlier in the year, and so we were like, let's see what time we have in the fall. I'm super busy, so we found a date, and we're like, let's give it a shot. It's canceled. And cancel that. Well, I'm glad. I can't do it. I'm glad you canceled it. But now we also have these live venue events, and it looks like I have no choice but to cancel them, or at least I can't either.
I'm not for or against you canceling them, but how would you respond to somebody who says that's them winning?
Indeed. And so the debate was, they are celebrating right now. Their Daily Mail has a video, I'm not going to show it, of leftists celebrating. A video's going viral. People have taken all these leftists, they're dancing and they're cheering. There are people outside of universities right now, and there's videos of them cheering and high-fiving and celebrating. They called for it, they're happy that it's happened, and they threatened me. And so the debate is, we do a show every night. I do a morning show, 2 morning shows, technically 3. I break it in the interview up.
The people that are technically not the crew, that's what they're talking about. But again, I don't know if that will come to fruition. Here is the top part now. And they're showing this same part that they showed previously, but now you're able to see the overlay of the pilot area, which is right here. Again, the section is so small. It would love to see it up higher so that they can get a full view. So the view on this ship, it's going to be pretty bad. You're going to be able to see out front, and that's about it. You don't need cameras or something. Obviously, we have access to a third-party camera or a third-person camera, thankfully, because we're going to need that in order to see what's going on around the ship. Additionally, you got this hallway here, which again, it's got a bunch of storage lockers. Again, more wasted space. I'd love to see, some of the space utilized for. I would love to have a medical bed. That's my biggest thing here. I don't know what else they can add besides, they don't really talk about kitchen stuff. They do show kind of a table here. So hopefully they have a lot of that stuff, those living amenities that we're used to, besides just bathrooms, have some of those amenities that will be usable by the crew. Additionally, you see here's the man turret, and it would be all on this side. So this top part here is just for the crew. It's going to be the most main part for the crew. And then again, there is on these sides, you can see here, these are the lifts. And so as you get down below, it looks like there's the lift exit here. This is going to be the dedicated section, again, that we talked about before, the 400 SCU of storage. There is some area around it. So, parking a NERSA or something like that might be a possibility, especially along these sides. So bringing a NERSA, would allow the medical bed. I would like to see, a Terrapin probably be more or less needed because you'll want a longer range medical bed. Anyways, let's go into a little bit on garage and storage. So I'll let them go ahead and discuss that now.
Space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice that players could make of that the cargo is stacked down, either down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the pads, so you could choose. But then decided to.
Well, we had a bit of space. Well, basically, the concept guy went rogue. I was like, "Oh, what about this? This is cool." And we were like,
"Yeah, that's cool." Yeah.
Yeah, he's like,
"Well, John, can we have this?"
Coming to a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room. So
yes,
it's a good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And luckily this time it's panned out.
Yeah.
And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big. So.
Yeah, so at the end there, they're kind of discussing that dedicated cargo area. Originally, it was just going to be in that garage there. You were going to have to choose: do you want to have vehicles there or use it as cargo? Which I don't know if I mind either way. If they wanted to have a medical section, I know I'm sticking on that pretty hard. If you want to have a modular section there, where you can maybe have refining or something, I don't know, use that space besides necessarily, and then have that garage area where if you want to maybe use it as cargo. I'm torn on it, but ultimately they did decide to have a dedicated cargo section, which is great. Definitely a good use of the space. And then down the middle, you'll be able to put your vehicles there. But that being said, there's definitely going to be room if you want to put more cargo in. They just won't be secure, probably. I'm assuming those pads will not let you lock the boxes there. So you can definitely get more than 400 SUs in this ship, but you can at least get a minimum of 400. Getting more than that will definitely be possible. And at least in this garage area, you can also stack boxes on the top. So I don't know, it might start to look like the Ironclad, where you can stack boxes around here. It just won't be secure boxes. So up next, obviously this is more or less the finalized version of what we're looking at. And we're going to take a look next at more of a closeout, if you will. So let's let Paul talk a little bit about the marking, and then John will discuss more of a closeout.
Then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's, you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be. And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got a fully loaded carrier.
It's the core of what that ship is for. Like, you have these smaller carrier-borne ships, is what Chris likes to call them. Like, they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems. Like Pyro is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B. Because if you do it in your Hornet, that's going to be, I don't know, 50, 100 little stops. Whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on its way, it's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the discussion that I think needs to be had. And obviously the smaller ships, the single-seat fighters and stuff, are not meant to be able to get around in any meaningful way. They're meant to go short distances and rely upon a carrier like the Anvil or the Kraken, the Anvil Liberator or the Kraken, or being inside a Polaris or something like that, right? Being a, snub or otherwise, these extra small, and extra small craft need to rely upon a carrier of some sort in order to get around. That being said, I don't want to see the starter ships getting hampered by that, which I guess could include the Arrow, the Anvil Arrow, because it is technically a starter package, but I'd like to see all the starter packages, possibly getting a bespoke drive or something, or a bespoke gas tank that allows them to go further than a typical one-seater would go, and then just take a hit on the damage they do or something. I don't want to see people that just getting a starter package getting hampered by the ability to actually get around. So I get where they're currently at, and that's maybe why they've done some differences than what they're describing here. But at the end of the day, I do think that the fighters, especially those that are part of the meta and stuff, they do need to be hampered on how far they can go, because that's the original intent, and that does make sense. In such a small fighter, being able to go pretty far distances, especially in Pyro, is just should not be something they should be able to do, and that was never really the intent. So we'll let John here wrap it up.
Absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think your team's going to like that.
That's pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator. Ship transporter at its core, 2-man crew, designed for hauling 3 spaceships and some ground vehicles long distance. Very cool.
That's pretty much it. And we'll go into Q&A and then that hangar link here. I will note, again, this leads into the Banu. So if you wanted to see a little bit more about the Banu Merchantman, you could do that. And then there's newer videos of that as well. So this information might be. All right, so now we have the Q&A. I will also link this in the description. So this is some of the original thoughts. Now, do note that some of these questions are outdated and some of this may change. But this is the original Q&A that was covered. So what sort of capabilities and ships will have for refueling, repair, and rearming? So Liberator was only meant to support basic level of refueling.
Exodus, it's not a regular chunko. It's packed with 5 of the most.
So I just got pulled over. I was doing about 70 and a 55. And this cop, he asked me, he said,
I keep getting accused of shooting in full auto.
what the? No full auto.
That's Semi.
Is that fucking binary?
Nope, that's Semi. You shoot it. That's Semi. This is full auto.
Okay, thanks for doing the beat.
Yeah, Francis, you have to feel how sensitive this is. I know that. It's a crazy ass gun. So, like, pull back just so slightly, feel where the trigger pull is. Yeah, you can just fire so fast with it, being in Semi.
I keep getting accused of.
If I lose 100 pounds, can we do a stream or a segment together? Yes. I'll clip this? Yeah, clip it. And if I lose 100 pounds, who do I DM? Who do I call? You make a video. I make a video. And I'll see that video. They're gonna make it go viral? Yes.
machines are near perfect.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
I sense unchallenged.
Minions have spawned. A summoner has disconnected.
Fuck!
Victory!
I need one match. It's just gonna keep fucking resetting me. Well, maybe this counts. Probably doesn't. Maybe it does.
repairing and rearming. So it's one of those things where, you know, it wanted the players to manually do that, which again makes sense. I'd like to see it better with refueling, and I'd like to see them use those auxiliary pods, but we'll get into that in a later question. But obviously they'll need dedicated facilities for those separate roles. You know, you'll need to maybe have you won't be able to get the Crucible on here, but you may be able to get the oh my gosh, the Aegis to fit on here. I can't remember the name of the ship right now. It'll come back to me. Anyways, you might need to have another ship to do repairing and rearming, things of that nature. So the Vulcan, sorry, is what I was thinking of. You might need that with you in order to meet all those demands. Again, I hope it has some fueling though, but the repair and rearming is stuff you might need to bring with you, especially in that dedicated cargo section. So, are the ship's decks shielding the? Okay, are the ships on the deck shielded by the Liberator size 3 shields with the new STF shield tech? Sorry, I should have just straight up read it. They're not explicit. Protected. However, the shields project multiple meters from the ship's hull, so most ships would be likely be partially covered, but not entirely. The same applies to the Kraken and other ships. So I guess this was something that was a bit of an update because originally the Kraken wasn't supposed to cover them at all. So it does appear that the shields will be projected at least some distance. You know, so if you have a really tall size, extra small ship, it might not fit. But if you have a short one, again, those gladiators that were on there didn't appear to be too big.
was a nice guy when I met him.
blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie.
Hey, my nigga.
Always remember. Even if it... This is disgusting. When people are laughing and celebrating a father dying in front of his children because he disagreed with their worldview. This isn't politics. This isn't policy. This is a complete lack of souls. This is disgusting. When people are laughing and celebrating. Only, took on anybody who had a different opinion to him. He made himself available. He made himself public. He spoke to anybody about any topic, whether he was right or wrong. He wasn't afraid of any challenge from any person anywhere in the world. And in a civilized country, he should have been doing this for the rest of his life. In a safe, civilized world, he should be up there saying his opinion as an American with the freedom of speech, taking on these challenges like he was. I mean, he was brave, he had balls. I always admired the guy, and genuinely, I'm in shock right now. We've lost one of our best guys. If you're an American and you're a Republican, if you're a human being who likes civil discourse, we've lost one of our best guys. And for what? Because the media paints Charlie, who loved his kids, loved his wife, and loved God, as a fucking evil person. And the people who did this feel justified in what they've done. These people have lost their fucking minds. I feel sick to my stomach seeing this.
big, so it's possible they may be able to fit under the shield. So just note that honestly, you'd probably leave the ships with the shields on anyways, so not a big deal. But just one of those things to note that there's going to be a little bit of leeway there. There should be at least some coverage of the shield on the craft that are brought along with it. What is the largest ship that can be parked on each of the garage? In each of the garages, the upper landing pads and the front landing pad. So again, as we noted before, officially the top pads are extra small, so there's gonna be 2 of those, and those can fit common single seat fighters as well as it does mention the Misk Prospector. And now since then we have the Misk Fortune. So this is keeping me.
Velocity travel of a bullet. You don't just aim and squeeze the trigger at that distance. You have to be knowledgeable in the fact that you're taking a shot from 200 yards from an elevated point. You have to understand your breathing while taking that kind of a shot, and whether or not your target is moving and what way the wind is blowing. And what is up with that private jet that left an hour after Charlie Kirk's assassination from an airport 5 miles away from the university and mysteriously turns off its ADS-B illegally and doesn't turn its radar back on so it can be tracked until it was on its way back to Provo Airport? Can somebody explain that to me? The assassination happens at 1810. The plane takes off at 1922, and the plane illegally turns off its ADS-B radar at 1944. As you see here, it reappears on the ADS-B radar at 2030. I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. Charlie Kirk opened up to a friend in fear for his life and told that friend if he began to speak out against a certain country and narrative, that he was afraid that they would take his life. They took 50 Cent's Many Men and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard this? No, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 50 Cent one. Dude, you want to listen to it? Yeah. It's so fucking good. I sent it to Brian Simpson and he said, that is the best fucking thing you've ever sent me. So they just did that. Yes, through AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It seems weird hearing these lyrics with this kind of singing, because it's like hardcore gangster rap music. But with, listen to this though. Wish death upon me. I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically. Now saying that we need to turn down the temperature, start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You've been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in
celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail. For the sake of our country and for our families and our children. And for Charlie. When you're going to change the world, you don't ask for permission.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Perfection is within their reach.
30 seconds until minions spawn. First blood. Minions have spawned.
Surprise me. What? Humanity is corrupting. So much of what we value
An ally has been slain.
I am not the man I was, who I wished to be.
An ally has been slain.
Should have just backed and then came back. I didn't have any reason to stay.
its past, glorifies its present, and lives in dread of tomorrow. They mistake practice for malice. All that is not is true, and so irrefutable.
Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
As the meaning will good your death shall.
An enemy has been slain.
Death comes from proximity, not ignorance. I alone see what must be done.
Flame purifies. An enemy has been slain.
Are near perfect. I will make humanity even greater. Is what I want to see. True change must be imposed, not offered.
Has been slain. Has been slain.
Ooh, baby.
Destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Godlike. An enemy has been slain. has destroyed a turret.
See, I wonder, so... if you get this down to like 4 seconds, this would be... Because I know this cooldown does go pretty damn low. It's already at 4 seconds right there. So you could hit them with a Q, wait, then hit them with an auto for 200 and something damage. Right? You hit them with the Q, you do like 100 damage. Go in 4 seconds later, smack them for 228, then hit them with the fucking 150 again, then hit him with another 228, like 500 and something damage. And then if you had a Lynchbane proc on top of that, oh. Crazy.
Kill.
Yeah, Lynchbane first item on Victor would be crazy. But that's a auto attack that'd be hard to deal
A
with.
summoner has disconnected.
If we did that though, then it would be like auto, Q, auto, and then like you'd need one more auto and you could proc press the attack. We don't even have to build Lynchbane because we can build the support item. Because we could build AP bruiser items that increase our damage by like 6%, I think. And then we get 16% increased damage with press the attack if we used it. Auto Q auto.
The fortune in my particular fleet, because this is, if I want to be able to take a prospector and a fortune out, both of those should fit on the pads just fine. Additionally, it's possible they might be able to fit in the garage, but that's a little bit yet to be determined. Do note that the extra small
In his very unfair passing, I know it's left so many of us devastated, heartbroken, grieving, filled with anger. Then we remember not only was he a truth crusader, he was a husband and a father. What the evil doesn't know that took Charlie's life from him is his work will far outlive him. I'll tell you why that's true in a second. But first, from my point of view, Charlie's life's work was about doing God's work. And he did that through the form of standing for truth, freedom, family values, and America. Charlie was truly a modern day warrior fighting for truth. And he didn't use violence, he used something far more effective, far more in alignment with God. He used his heart, his brilliant intellect, and words, and he used them to dismantle the evil that manipulates people's minds.
This to have for lunches during the week, and it takes like 5 minutes.
If you feel like you hate everyone, eat low blood sugar tricks your brain into frustration. If you feel like everyone hates you, sleep, lack of.
You, I hate you. Would you like to have a substantive conversation or? A substantive? No, man. Would you like to have a conversation? Sure, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I don't like you. I think you spread hate. I think you spread bigotry. I think you a lot of people off because you're just an awful person. I don't think you really want to debate because you're just here to piss people off to energize your crowd of racists. What have I ever said that's racist? Oh, can you name one thing? I'm just mad. Can I support Charlie? Can you name Does that mean anything? I think you're just trying to play a game, and I think this is obviously going to be used. What have I ever said that's hateful? I just want to hate you. You're awful. Get off my camp. When have I ever said anything that's hateful? Have a nice day. He can't say anything I've ever said that's racist because I've never said anything that's racist. That is the American left in one picture, everybody. You, I hate you. Would you like to have a substantive conversation or? A substantive? No, man. Would you like to have a conversation? Sure, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't like you. I think you spread hate. I think you spread bigotry. I think you a lot of people off because you're just an awful person. I don't think you really want to debate because you're just here to piss people off to energize your crowd of racists. What have I ever said that's racist? Oh, can you name one thing? I'm just mad. Can I support Charlie? Can you name Does that mean anything? I think you're just trying to play a game, and I think this is obviously going to be used. What have I ever said that's hateful? I just want to hate you. You're awful. Get off my camp. When have I ever said anything that's hateful? Have a nice day. He can't say anything I've ever said that's racist because I've never said anything that's racist. That is the American left in one picture, everybody. So I just had a question on your. You, I hate you. Would you like to have a substantive conversation or? A substantive? No, man. Would you like to have a conversation? Sure, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't like you. I think you spread hate. I think you spread bigotry. I think you a lot of people off because you're just an awful person. I don't think you really want to debate because you're just here to piss people off to energize your crowd of racists. What have I ever said that's racist? Oh, can you name one thing? I'm just mad. Can I support Charlie? Can you name Does that mean anything? I think you're just trying to play. So I just had a question on your thoughts on if we need more gun control in the country or not. I'm very pro protecting America and the citizens that live in it, and so I think that we should have more gun control because there's a lot of school shootings that happen, as we mentioned, and I just think it would do a lot to protect people. And I think the Second Amendment also qualifies that we should have regulations for guns. I want to know your thoughts on that. Sure. Do you think gun ownership is a right or a privilege? I think it's a right, but it comes with responsibilities. Okay, tell me more. Well, I think that there should be things in place, things like red flag laws and things like that. The AG just agreed Mel Gibson to get his gun rights back, even though he had a domestic violence charge. So, I don't think the people that commit these violent crimes should be able to buy guns and things like that. And I think we should have red flag laws in place to make sure that those violent criminals aren't getting guns. Okay, so let's go. So tell me, in your perfect world, what would constitute a red flag? Just things like, we can look into any kind of medication and things like that that can affect someone's. That could be dangerous, right?
decided to top it with sugar-free chocolate chips, which I found at Walmart, but they're cheapest at Costco. Gotta make it fancy. Oh, this pure syrup, by the way, 7 grams of fiber per serving. Oh, this is a dense brownie, and I like dense brownies, probably because it doesn't have any baking powder or eggs or anything like that. Now, I wish it was a little bit sweeter, just a little bit, maybe more sugar-free syrup or toppings or something like that. Oh, and if you're worried about the whole beans thing, don't be. Black bean brownies are a thing. You cannot taste them in here at all. Last thing I'll say, it is super chocolatey with the amount of cocoa powder in here, so you have to really like chocolate to like this, otherwise cut back on the cocoa powder a little bit. But overall, it was super easy to make, tastes pretty darn good, and the macros are ridiculous. So, 8.5 out of 10.
250 calories and 38 grams of protein and 19 grams of fiber.
Wow, with those macros, come up to the mic. Since you're so smart, show the world how smart you are. We'll give you our mic, not your bullhorn, so come on up. So now we know that you're like a blatant narcissist that needs attention at all times to cut line. Tell us what's so pressing that you needed to interrupt us before he could even talk.
So, let's talk about the 200 people deported without due process to El Salvador. I don't know if you saw this morning, but a United States citizen was actually deported.
It was not a U.S. citizen. That's not correct.
Liar.
It's not a U.S. citizen. It was actually, come on. No, it was someone that was living there. Yeah, it was not a U.S. citizen.
Hey, this guy just lies. He it's not. Hey, no. You wanna have a debate, but you don't.
It was not a U.S. citizen. First of all.
You wanna have a debate, but you actually don't debate. There's nothing more ill made than this.
So
No, you're not.
we already have a mic.
Name 2 times. Name 2 times where you
Show me you're losing without telling me you're losing.
What? So you're just gonna lie?
Well, first of all, it's not a U.S. citizen. He was living here for a while. He was part of MS-13. Answer yes or no.
Okay.
Should members of a terrorist organization be able to stay in the United States after being murdered, raped, and gone after American citizens?
Obviously no.
So we have deported those people back to their country.
He's a liar.
So, okay.
He can't debate, he just lies.
You've now sworn like 3 times. Let's just calm
You don't
down
like
a little
freedom
bit.
of speech?
Well, I mean, you can say whatever you want if you want to make a fool of yourself, but we do have like 10-year-olds here and 11-year-olds, so
I
we
don't
have some
care.
decency.
Whatever.
Okay, you don't care. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself,
Who said I was
not
a
about
leftist?
the other people.
Who said I was a leftist?
Well, it's very clear by how you're acting. Come up to the mic.
These guys not know this was taking place.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. But I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand-down order? Was there a stand-down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews.
Very spooky. I don't know. Leave a comment. Tell me what you guys think.
These guys not know this was taking place.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same...
So next exercise from there was spider curl. I'm gonna use a cable for this.
Okay, guys. So I would like to start a new movement called SMAGA. MAGA. Because
That's insane. This is straight up inciting violence. Look at the glee in her eyes. It's psycho.
Fuck.
What world do you live in? What do you think? It's like people are living in completely different realities.
people like that respond to fear and terror and aggression, not logic and empathy.
Not logic? This is not logical.
Fear works. So if we all get our guns and use our Second Amendment right and our common sense at this point, this administration is begging us to rise up and revolt
crazy.
MAGA people deserve to be terrified and scared to walk in the streets because they should know that real Americans are gonna kill them.
Real Americans? You probably don't even want borders. That's just scary, man. That is scary. Mission accomplished, lady.
Okay, guys. So I would like to
Foods that can help cats prevent deadly diseases. Most cats don't die of old age. I've been a vet for 30 years, and what really takes them is preventable, if you know what to feed them. Sardines. Use the kind in water with no added salt. Even a small piece twice a week can protect their heart and kidneys. Omega-3s reduce inflammation and help prevent organ failure as they...
You could not have a generation of young men just check out.
So when Biden says the number one threat are straight white men, which he said about 1 million times, or what are the white nationalism or Christian nationalism? He's talking about young white men. That's what he's talking about.
Me and the young men I represent.
Bingo. Those are just dumb euphemisms.
This is one of the reasons why.
But he's afraid of them.
Of course.
I get it.
The power of, again, I hate this racialization stuff, but it's true.
Too.
They force the racialization card. For the record, I don't look at people in terms of skin color, but when they start categorizing me and the young men that show up to my events as toxic because they breathe, you force the race card. So, but the power of young white men in this country, if they were motivated and purposeful, yeah, young white men helped us win a world war and get to the moon and split the atom.
You better give him weed and fentanyl and benzodiazepines and DraftKings and just to kind of disable them so they don't rise up and eat you. That's what I would do. I'm just saying, like, if I were in charge of society, I'd be like, holy, I'm afraid of these guys.
You're so right, and I try to, so I listen to your show all the time, Tucker. No, when you say stuff like that, I try to challenge it. Like, is it really a centralized I'm like, no, it's conspiracy. But then I'm like, I got nothing. You could not have a generation of young men just check out.
So when Biden says the number one threat are straight white men, which he said about 1 million times, or what are the white nationalism or Christian nationalism? He's talking about young white men. That's what he's talking about.
It is my great dishonor to be the person that says this and breaks this to you. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
When you're on campus, do you ever feel unsafe when it gets to this amount of numbers?
I mean, my wife is the best person ever, and she's a patriot, she's a believer, and we don't want to have to be accountable to God when this life passes. And he asks, why did you not trust in me and not fight evil? Because we as Christians are called to fight evil. It's Psalm 97:10, for those of you that love God, you must hate evil. So I don't, do I worry for my safety? No.
In Christianity, we believe that all of life points you towards a recognition that you are born a sinner, that you are not perfect, that you're far from perfect in the glory of God, and that God in the incarnation took human flesh, and that we must accept Christ our Lord. And in that moment, you are born new and transformed permanently and eventually enter into eternal life.
All I care about is what I do, and what I do is I fight. The specific teachings of Christ is go make disciples of all nations. I'm trying my best to do that. Jesus called us to contest in public and square for his purposes. I'm far more interested in what God wants of me than what I want from God. And what God wants from me is a life fighting for truth.
It is my
Welcome to episode 1 of my fall high-protein soup series. There have been some chicken, bacon, broccoli, cheddar soup. This recipe is so easy to make. It makes 6 servings.
So someone from the left comes up to the mic, let's treat them with respect. Let's not interrupt or scowl or boo them. Show the left the respect that we don't get on these college campuses with that. So someone from the left comes up to
The camera shake was the hardest thing.
Okay, can you tell? You fired.
Yeah,
people
no, I
from
actually
the-
haven't very much on air. So, I mean, they're so deceitful little snakes there, right? So they're like, oh, let's go have a nice conversation and keep recruiting, right?
Yeah.
And so I had a feeling it was more than that because someone linked an email to me that they were like, hey, come here to sign up to debate Charlie Kirk. So they're advertising this.
Not a conversation.
No. And so I was like, okay, this will, as soon as I show up, I can feel, like, in my spirit, okay,
The tension.
you
Yeah.
think you're going in for, like, an interview? I'm like, this is the Roman Colosseum.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And so, like, I'm walking in as, like, a gladiator.
Yeah.
And, like, when I, not a single person applauded when I walked in. It was 400 people, right? Now, remember, I'm in a foreign country.
Yeah.
I just got off a red-eye flight. I didn't sleep, right? I got 2 kids. I'm like, so you're a little bit,
Do you have any of your, like, is Andrew with you? You got any of your people?
I have Mikey and Blake. And Blake's amazing. Blake is
to remove any excess water, then season generously with salt on both sides. Now grab yourself a frying pan and start heating.
You know, you go to work and you come on cooking system because we can cook our meat from frozen. To demonstrate how induction cooking doesn't generate any, place your pot on the burner first before turning it on. Boil button. Now while you'll know the pot is hot enough when you place healthy and flavorful cooking skillet, place on the lid. After 3 minutes, we'll lower the heat. When the temperature reaches 130 degrees, remove the probe, thicken, and replace the lid.
The top height on that is 6 meters. So if a ship is shorter than 6 meters, it should be able to fit inside that garage. At that point, it's going to be more of a question of the width of it, which some of the fighters are a little bit too wide, but something like a Prospector doesn't have a big width to it. So and the Fortune, so especially the Fortune, I think the Fortune might even be, I don't know. The engines are wide hips there. So, however, again, the internal or the one in the front there is a snub. So Argo MPUV, the Origin 85, and we did see the C8 out there as well. So it looks like the C8 should fit in there just fine. And then you can get pretty much your big vehicles should all be able to fit as well inside the garage there. So any of these that fit outside on that third pad should also fit in the garage just fine. Can a Liberator transport one big ship on both its upper decks, provided the latter can touch down with all of the landing gear? Officially, this won't be supported as large ships won't be able to spawn there, but again, I kind of consider these to be like sub-capitals, where it's just a little bit less than the Carrack here, but it's also bigger than its kind of other relatives here that are Corvette fighting craft. Now's the fun part, is what will fit on it. So we'll play a little game here. I do want to add the Vulcan. So we'll bring that over here as well. So the Vulcan is not a small craft. So it's one of those things where, it was talking about repair and refuel. Let's go into first some of the craft it did mention will fit. So it mentioned the Saber. You can see the wingspan here. It looks real rough. But, it's mentioning it should fit. So it should be able to fit. I guess I could bring this out here. And let's do this. Now, I'll leave it the way it was, because all these ships, I don't want to move each one of these ships, but anyways, it should be able to fit here. And the Hornets, it kind of mentions that as well. So the Hornet should be fine, including the Super Hornet is only slightly longer. That should be fine as well. The Firebird has quite a wingspan on it, so I'm not sure if the Firebird should fit, but it should be okay. It might be smaller than the Saber too. And then this is where you talked about a little bit about the snubs. So it said the tractor should fit fine. I brought a Buccaneer out here. It's